we feeling? How are we feeling? I am simply here to introduce your Queen MC, the person who's going to be taking care of you for the stage tonight. Elizabeth Lachey Garland, my personal favorite collaborator. Elizabeth Lachey Garland believes storytelling and media can develop connection and empathy. She's the on-air personality and creator of the hip-hop and R&B radio show SlayTheMic on 103.3 Asheville FM. SlayTheMic celebrates local culture, community, and creativity. Elizabeth is also the owner and founder of STM Multimedia. STM Multimedia is a Black, female-owned media company. Both aim to empower, amplify, collaborate, and make an impact locally and nationally. Give it up for Elizabeth.
What an introduction. Okay, I'm going to move my microphone real quick, all right? They said I can't have it handheld, so I'm going to, all right. So I guess what makes me qualified to be your MC is I'm a plant mom of 2 plants. Give it up, give it up. It's been 6 months and they're still alive, so I feel like I'm going strong. And another thing is whenever you have kids, if you have children, let's just give a round of applause because I'm realizing as a plant mom, you know, it takes a village. So I am just happy to be here. I'm happy to be your MC. This is the first time since the pandemic that we've been able to be in person. So I love to see all your faces. Yes. All right, we have some amazing storytellers in the building today, and I think one thing that is true is the connections of the stories is what allows us to realize the depth of why we're here and humanity. And there's no secret, there is a climate crisis happening. It's very important that we talk about this and that we're able to spread awareness so that we can figure out where do we go from here? What is the solution? All right? So I am not going to be the one that's telling all the stories tonight. I'm just facilitating these amazing storytellers. So I'm going to pick up my nice handy-dandy clipboard. Thank you. And I want to say, are you aware of Dogwood Alliance and the impact that they are creating here in Western North Carolina? Okay. But it's not just Western North Carolina because it is the entire South. All right, so give it up for that. All right, so I am going to introduce this next storyteller, our first storyteller, Angela Howell. Angela Howell is a founder of Rootful Media, a creative documentary film production company based in Durham, North Carolina. She is also the host of the video podcast Honey and Hustle and Creative Architects by Castos. She creates documentary films about the outdoors, health equity, social impact, and environmental justice, centering Southern voices. Her video interviews feature themes about creative entrepreneurship in North Carolina and beyond. And in addition to her professional creative projects, she also works to help visual storytellers and creative entrepreneurs build their audience and impact. While she's not working, she can be found in nature or enjoying a fruity beer or margaritas with friends. So let's give it up for Angela!
Hello. This is still a little bit too tall, but I think we're going to go for it. This is short people problems. We're not going to go there. As you already heard, I'm a documentary filmmaker, really centering stories on environmental justice throughout the South, mainly North Carolina, because that's where I live now. And a lot of times when I'm talking with people, you know, I'm asking them to invite me into their communities, into their homes, and I'm asking them to be vulnerable with me. And so I really wanted to model that if I can ask it, then I can also give it. So I wrote this love letter to nature, and I hope you enjoy. Dearest nature, I find myself at a loss for words when trying to convey the depth of my love for you and the great outdoors. Your vast and varied landscapes, from the rolling mountains to the expansive seas, have captured my heart in ways that words alone cannot express. Having grown up in the rural areas of Alabama, nestled in the heart of the American South, I was fortunate enough to experience the wonders of nature firsthand. Surrounded by lush greenery and enchanted forest, I developed a profound appreciation for the tranquility and serenity that only you can provide. Every summer, as the sun begins its descent onto the horizon, my family and I would embark on our annual pilgrimage to the beach. The tangy scent of salt in the air, the warm sand beneath my toes, and the rhythmic sound of crashing waves became the soundtrack of my childhood. I learned to dance with the tides, finding solace in the vastness of the ocean and a sense of belonging within its embrace. However, it was during my college years in Birmingham, Alabama, that I discovered a new and profound love for the mountains. As I ventured into their towering peaks and explored the hidden trails, I felt an exhilaration and sense of freedom that I had never experienced before. Each step taken on those trails taught me humility, reminding me of the incredible power and majesty that exists beyond the confines of human existence. I want you to return to your natural state as the ultimate healer, perfect confidant, and unmatched Instagram photo background. My adoration for you extends far beyond the grandeur of these majestic landscapes. It is the smaller wonders that exist within your embrace that have truly captured my heart. The vibrant colors of blooming flowers, painting the world with their delicate petals, the sweet fragrance of honeysuckle carried by a gentle breeze, and the taste of ripe, juicy peaches picked straight from the orchard. Each moment spent in communion with these gifts of nature tells a story of growth, resilience, and the beautiful cycle of life. I want to save you, but I don't know how. I see all the destruction in the news and on social media, and I can't help but think that you, the earth, are crying out for your lovers to come to your rescue, to reinvigorate and conserve the version of you that taught me imagination, that taught me creativity, and that taught me curiosity. Nature, you have been my most patient and steadfast teacher. You have shown me the importance of patience itself, as the changing seasons remind me that all things come in due time. You have revealed the beauty of simplicity, as even the smallest wildflower holds within it a delicate grace that is impossible to replicate. And above all, you have taught me the interconnectedness of all living beings, reminding me that we are but a part of a grand tapestry woven by the hands of the natural world. As I eagerly anticipate the arrival of Woods and Woods 2023, I cannot help but feel a sense of excitement and anticipation. I know that I will be surrounded by kindred spirits who share the same love and appreciation for the outdoors. Together, we will celebrate the wonders of nature and create lasting memories that will forever be etched in the depths of our hearts. With all of the love that my heart can hold, Angela. Thank you, guys.
All right, can we have another round of applause for Angela? Oh my goodness, oh my goodness. Well, so that was the first story, so just buckle in, get ready. Please tip your bartenders. I am really excited because whenever I think about nature and what it has done and transformed for me, I didn't think I appreciated it until, unfortunately, we had this universal trauma of the pandemic, right? So something that allowed me to realize that I needed nature and I needed to appreciate nature, and that there were so many elements that I just walked past in the midst of my busy, busy day. And so thank you for that beautiful love letter, Angela. That was amazing. All right, so we're going to keep it going with story number 2. All right, so I have known this person for some time, and I'm really excited. Tiffany. Tiffany has a passion for education advocacy, climate justice, and community organizing. She has a BA in psychology, and Tiffany's focus has been on diversity, equity, and inclusion work, facilitating racial equity circles and grassroots movements. She's a board member of the Human Relations Commission of Asheville, the YMI Cultural Center, Co-Think, and Leaf Global. Okay. She says, "It is my goal to ensure a better future for our children and families through holding accountable and challenging systems of oppression, racism, and the false narrative of white supremacy." Tiffany is a proud mother and proud that her 2 daughters, Sapphire and Pearl, are also committed to civic engagement and community service, right? So it takes a village to raise plants. It takes a village, and you keep passing it on and on to your daughters. Let's give it up for Tiffany, our next storyteller.
Good evening. My name is Tiffany Flunnery Debelow, and I am not a native of Asheville, but I moved here about 25 years ago from Brooklyn, New York. So yes, give it up, Brooklyn, the concrete jungle. So coming from the concrete jungle, I didn't have a closeness to nature as I thought once I moved here to Asheville back in the 90s. But what tripped me up is the reality that hiking hurts and camping is scary. But I was able to meet amazing people, to challenge myself in such a healthy way, to get out there anyway. So this is my first time actually telling a story. I'm a thespian by nature. From middle school, I've always wanted to be an actress, and I've done some off Broadway work. So now this is just a different flair and flavor that I wanted to invite you into my world and lived experience as a little old black girl on top of a mountain. So long, long, long ago, in the cradle and bosom of my mother, we actually lived in the projects, which felt like a prison and literal concrete jungle. However, I was like a rose in this concrete jungle. So no matter where we were, I found crab apples, I found all types of weeds, and even the sticky things that would cut you on your leg and stick to your socks. I don't even know the name, but I knew that was nature. Shortly after, I grew up and moved to Asheville and just fell in love with these mountains and just the amazing, massive, huge boulders that was here before humanity. And I was like, wow, every time I walk through nature, it's like I'm actually reconnecting to my ancestors. We know the story. It's not a great story, but it is a real one. And so when I'm in nature, I feel that connection to my ancestors, and it makes me want to be out there until the spiders and the bugs and who actually live out there tell me it's time for me to go. So I've been afraid for a long time, and I thought I was really brave and bold, and I took the feat of claiming I'm a hiker, so I'm out there hiking Lake Powhatan, the Arboretum. But what was interesting is that I was invited to do an excursion out in the wilderness for educators. So if you're an educator in here, raise your hand, or have ever been, or work with young people, so you know the passion in volunteering your life. I totally volunteered my life in 30 days with Outward Bound. Let's snap it up, changed my life. How many of you guys here know Gordo? Okay, yes. So that was my first time actually being out in the wilderness and living off the land and being really connected to what I believe to be true, which is the preserving of our environment. but I had no idea that I would have to carry 30 to 50 pounds on my back. I had no idea I had to walk up a mountain, not just hike, but walk up. And I didn't know that there was also people behind me, and we carried our bathrooms, we carried our kitchen, and we also carried our bedroom. I was flabbergasted, and I thought that I am going to fall on the side of this mountain. But the one thing that kept me going was the team that I was with. And I knew that they weren't going to leave me behind, and they were not going to let me go. So I brought props. So I had no idea that these really supported my anchorage as far as walking up with a backpack on my back and going directly straight up a mountain. I thought it was physically impossible. However, and I want you to repeat after me, as I was going up the mountain, holding my trekkers, and I kept saying, I'm gonna make it. So repeat after me, I'm gonna make it. I'm gonna make it. I'm gonna make it. I'm gonna make it. And I made it. Day one. We slept outside every day, no cabin, had no idea about that. Then it was leave no trace. We don't even have food. How am I gonna leave a trace? But what I understood was the fact that we're out there, we're together, but we're also together in nature. So there was an intersectionality that I felt between myself coming from a concrete jungle and being out there in nature and having full trust and vulnerability. I cried every day for 30 days. And I kept feeling, I can't do this because I'm black. Black people don't do this. My colleague said, I'm white and I've never done it either. I realized then that I was not alone. But I tell you, it was the best time ever. The individuals that I went with were local. So for 10 years, we all pretty much worked at Asheville Middle School or the local schools out here, which made it even more intimate. But long story short, I learned how to trust again, how to be brave again. There was a piece where we had to do solo camping, and the one thing they encouraged you to do was maybe you might want to take your watch off. I said, there's no way, because 24 hours, however long I'm out here, I'm looking at the time. That was the first time I ever slept outdoors without a roof, because I didn't listen to the directions and learn how to put my tent up properly. But I was connected, and this is funny, but I connected to the spiders. And I didn't kill them. I said, you know what? This is not my home. This is actually your home. I'm just here spending the night. So can you just please leave me alone so I could just spend the night for the night? And I kid you not, it felt like they just totally felt my energy and left me alone. So yeah, it's being in nature is something now that I just do all the time, and I stay with my hiking poles because you just never know what hill you might have to get over. So challenge yourself in a healthy way. Take some people of color out in the wilderness, because I'm telling you, just that experience alone, that one time, even though it was a very long time, that one time changed my trajectory and the trajectory of my children. And so now I have a 4-year-old granddaughter. Her name is Penelope. Say, hey, Penelope. Hey, Penelope. That's my heart. But now she asked to go camping. She wants to go hiking. She wants to go to the wilderness and fishing. So it's just a beautiful thing to try something new, even though it may seem scary. There's always somebody out there with you, and you're never alone. Thank you.
All right, I'm getting my squats in, to be honest. I might, just a little bit. Just a little bit. Thank you, thank you. Can we please have another round of applause for Tiffany? What a beautiful story. I remember when my best friend, she's not here, but shout out to Ana Cabello, she took me hiking. And if anyone knows Ana, she's very persistent, and she'll like really just push you into doing something that you're like, yeah. So I'm like, oh, we're gonna go to a waterfall. This will be great. We'll have a picnic. I'll bring some champagne. My bag got really heavy. It wasn't that type of hike. I wasn't prepared, and I quickly learned glamping was not what we were doing. So yes, it's a different vibe. It's a different vibe. But I do want to say thank you, Tiffany, for sharing your story and talking about the connection and the humanity and the importance of when it gets hard, like who is behind you, who is in front of you, who's surrounding you. Spiders, right? Who are on your side. It's so true. It is so true. I'm going to remember that every time that I'm like, I'm staring at you. But it's one of those things where the connections is imperative. It's important. The stories, how we connect to move humanity forward is how we're going to get to this beautiful One World. And I do want to shout out all of the staff at One World. Hey. Working really hard to provide us amazing drinks, provide this venue, and really just step into the mission of what does it mean to be one world, right? We see so many things where we're disjointed or we're disconnected, and this is a night where we celebrate our connections, our humanity, and what we bring to this space and beyond, okay? All right, so we are going to take, we're not taking a break. We're not taking a break. Everybody calm down. But what we are doing is we're going to bring up someone who is absolutely amazing and is doing the work. Emily is the Director of Community Engagement at Dogwood Alliance. She has, yes, go ahead. Clap it up for Emily. She has been with the organization for 10 years. She has been involved in much of our community organizing work from the Gulf South up to Virginia. Her work has stopped the construction of 2 wood pellet biomass plants in North and South Carolina. So let me just say that again. 2 wood pellet biomass plants that would have destroyed thousands of acres of forests and polluted local communities. Her local organizing in North Carolina led to a lawsuit that reduced pollution at wood pellet production plants by 95%. Okay. We see you, girl. And her work with the elected officials resulted in North Carolina Clean Energy Plan that excluded wood pellet biomass from the state's power mix. She lives in Asheville with her husband and her 2-year-old son. And in her free time, Emily enjoys working on her family's house and garden and exploring local trails with her son. So can we please give a round of applause for Emily, who is doing the work.
Thank y'all so much. It is really such an honor to be up here. And my coworker said to me earlier, I'm so excited to hear your story. And I was like, oh, I'm not telling a story, because I'm like, that is the work. That is such a beautiful form of connection. And I'm just so grateful for everyone who's here tonight sharing that piece of their heart, because it really it brings us back to that piece of people and the forests, because we are connected, and that's such an important part of why we're all here tonight. So I'm just really honored that I was asked to be up here on this stage, sharing the stage with the people who are sharing their heart and their inspiration and their stories. And I'm honored to be here representing Dogwood Alliance as well. So for those of you who don't know Dogwood, we are the leading organization working to protect southern forests from industrial logging. We believe that environmental justice and forest protection go hand in hand. And we are working hard for clean air, clean water, healthy communities, and access to nature, because everybody should have that opportunity. Yes. So if y'all are here tonight, you probably know just how special our southern forests are. We live in one of the most biodiverse regions in the world, and in my opinion, one of the most beautiful. But you might also know that, and I'm sorry because I'm going to be kind of the Debbie Downer in the room, but you might know that those forests are under threat. The US South is one of the most heavily logged regions in the world. We're a little bit kind of protected from that reality here with all of our public lands, but you don't have to go too far to see the reality of what's happening to our southern forests. Industrial logging has degraded our forests, destroying native, biodiverse forests and replacing them with monocrop pine plantations. Since the 1950s, the southern US has lost more than 35 million acres of native forests, and in that time, those forests have been replaced with 40 million acres of monocrop pine plantations. So losing those special, biodiverse, beautiful forests and replacing them with crops, with tree farms. And right now, as y'all are probably well aware, we need our forests more than ever. The leading scientists behind reports on climate change are telling us that not only do we need to transition off of fossil fuels, we all know that, but we need to be actively pulling carbon out of the atmosphere. And the very best technology that we have to do that is, you might all guess what that is? Trees, forests. We need our forests. They're really a critical part of the climate solution. So unfortunately, the threats against our forests are increasing. The overproduction of products like single-use packaging and disposable paper products continue to ravage our forests. And now the wood pellet biomass industry is cutting down our forests, chipping them up, turning them into these little wood pellets that are shipped overseas, where they are burned for energy in power plants in Europe and Asia. Boo! Yes, boo. And not only is the burning of these wood pellets destroying one of our best defenses against climate change, our forests, but when they're burned for energy, they're actually putting more carbon into the atmosphere than fossil fuels. So, I mean, if that sounds crazy, it's because it is. And the craziest part is that this industry is being promoted as a climate solution. These industries are also highly polluting. The majority of these plants are located in environmentally unjust communities. So these are areas that have many polluting industries and where the population is lower income and primarily made up of communities of color. Industrial logging is harming our forests, our planet, and our people. But Dogwood Alliance is pushing back and pushing forward on all fronts. We are resisting and opposing the expansion of the wood pellet industry. Yes. We work with communities all across the South who are fighting the wood pellet industry. We have stopped wood pellet mills from being built, yay! And forced them to install air pollution controls. Again, crazy that we should have to, but yes, that we should have to force them, but that's the reality. We have built a movement across the South, across the world really, dedicated to stopping the dirty industry, this dirty biomass industry. And in just 2 weeks, a group of us from across the South, community members who are impacted by this industry, will be traveling to DC to call on the Biden administration to do more to stop biomass and to protect our forests and communities. Yes. We are working to reform the current system. We are educating and building relationships with policymakers from the local level up to the federal. We are advocating for policies that don't incentivize destruction, because right now they do, but that support standing forests to provide clean air, clean water, biodiversity, carbon sequestration, and protection from floods and hurricanes. We have hosted legislative days, White House briefings, and candidate forums. And we are reimagining what is possible. Across the South, nearly 90% of forested land is privately owned. We are reimagining a southern U.S. built on ideas of community-owned and publicly accessible forested lands, where there are jobs in restoration and where ecotourism drives the local economy instead of eco-destruction, where the entire community has a say in what happens to the land. And we are creating that vision. Just recently, and I'll give shout out to Lucia, who I think is in the back there, who is leading this work of our community forest solution. Just recently, Lucia led this work to partner with the PD Indian tribe in South Carolina to purchase an additional 78 acres of land. So this is wetland acres and untouched forest in South Carolina that's now protected in the hands of the PD Indian tribe. All right. And in Britain's neck, South Carolina, where communities have been repeatedly devastated by high floodwater, our team is leading work with a community there to purchase land to protect them from flooding and to educate the surrounding community about the dangers of logging and the link to flooding. We are so excited for what is possible and for this vision. We also know that this work can be long, it can be hard, and at least for myself, sometimes it starts to feel like it's not possible. And so I know that I, for one, I'm eternally grateful for the forests and the people that bring me back to what is possible time and again. And I'm always very grateful for events like this to hear the hearts of people who are connected with forests and just why this work is so important. Because it's not just about the climate and it's not just about the biodiversity. It's about the connection that we all have to these places. So I want to again thank our storytellers for their bravery and for being here tonight to share their stories and share their heart and share their wisdom. And I want to thank you all for being here tonight. And I do hope y'all can continue to join us in going forward. We need you. If you haven't already, I would love for you to sign this petition to Enviva, who is the world's largest producer of wood pellets and one of the most egregious in terms of their harms to forests and our communities. So I can pass this around, and please do sign calling on Enviva to be held accountable to the harm they are causing to communities and to our forests. There's also, I think there's QR codes around the room. If that's easier, you can scan that with your phone and sign the petition that way. And if you're not already, I hope you'll become a forest defender, which is our monthly donation program. Do we have any forest defenders in the room? All right. Woo-hoo. I'm actually a forest defender myself. It's an awesome program. So it's our monthly giving program, and it's a great way for you to support our work and for us to know we have those consistent resources. And you give what you can, and in return, we keep you updated on our most important work and share some cool gifts from time to time. And I think Beth has a table back there. So make sure you visit Beth during the break or after the show, and you can sign up to be a forest defender. And I think that's all I've got for you all. Thank you again so much for being here for tonight and letting me speak with you.
Doesn't Emily make it look just like easy and flawless that she just keeps creating policies to keep our earth thriving? Let's give a round of applause for Emily and all the work that she's doing. I am really happy to see everybody in this room. Thank you for taking time out of your Friday evening to come and spend time with us. Again, I'm loving this venue. It's absolutely beautiful. I know that there will be some giveaways a little bit later throughout our time here today. So there's raffle prizes. Don't go anywhere. And I also want to say that I have seen throughout my time being in this world how quickly things can change. And then I have also seen how many times people have said, whoa, this is going to take a really long time to implement change. So this contradiction of quickly making processes, procedures, practices without having the consensus or the knowledge or the stories from the people that it's impacting, we need to be able to really stop and think about what that is doing. And on the flip side, when we hear, oh, this is going to take a really long time to create change, we need to push forward and remember it doesn't take a long time. It just takes a village to keep moving it forward. So again, that's why we're here, to share our stories. Yes, snaps and claps. I love it. I love it. I love it. We're going to get back into our stories. Y'all okay? Y'all doing okay? That was a little touch and go. Hold on. Are we doing okay? All right. That's better. That's better. I just needed to make sure. All right. So I'm really excited to introduce this next person, Shaer Hawkins. Artistically known as Shadow Work, is an accomplished music producer, songwriter, and performer hailing from North Carolina with deep-rooted Jamaican heritage. With an unwavering passion for infusing joy into her compositions. Yes. And Shaer uses the power of melody and narrative to craft musical experiences that resonate with diverse audiences. Her artistry not only reflects her own cultural journey, but also serves as an inspiring call for others to harness their creativity and the potential of that creativity. You know, I hate reading off of stuff, but I don't want to miss how amazing people are, so excuse me for that. Shaw weaves a tapestry of emotions, cultures, and stories, inviting listeners to embark on a transformative and uplifting musical voyage. I'm not going to say more about her. I'm just going to say let's all give a round of applause as Shaw comes to the stage.
Hi, everybody. How y'all doing? Good evening. It's so great to see your faces, and we're coming together to hopefully change the earth and change everybody's minds about the earth and take care of it well, right? That's why we're here. So I'm Shaer. You can call me Shaw. All of those fancy words that Liz just said just means I like to produce music and I like to inspire others to find their creativity, and it's really important to live a creative life. So that's what that meant. So, and before I get talking, well, I'm already talking. Before I get into my story, I want to thank the Dogwood Alliance for this wonderful event. Thank you for this beautiful opportunity to speak and to tell my story. This is my first time storytelling in this way, so just happy to be here. And yeah. Alrighty, so I got my little cheat sheet, okay? Do y'all believe in signs? Because I do. I am somebody who is always looking for a sign. Like, please, ancestors, spirit guides, send me some direction. You know, it's hard enough on earth by myself. Like, please, I'm exhausted. I need a sign. I need some guidance, right? And I also grew up in a very superstitious family. I'm Jamaican and I'm Black Southern, so we always have some sort of story or folk tale that's like, hey, you need to do this, not this. So I'm always looking for something to give me a little, go that way. Well, I was at a time in my life where I needed change. I just needed something different. I felt like that part of my life was complete. And so one of my friends said, hey, you should go to see this tarot lady and this trusted spirit lady. And I was like, okay, I'll do that. And so we did our tarot reading. It was pretty cool. And I told her, I was like, well, I want to live a creative life and I want to pursue a creative career. And I'm thinking about moving. I'm thinking about LA or New York. So did the cards say anything? Do you feel anything about it? And she was like, well, LA, you have a friend there. It'll be nice. You'll have medium success. It'll be cool. And I was like, all right, well, that's not exciting. I was like, okay, so what about New York? And she was like, it's going to be hard. And I was like, hard? And she was like, hard. And I was like, nothing else. But you know what? I was like, well, what does hard really mean? in North Carolina, I already knew what hard was. I was living a hard life. I was working 50 plus hours a week at a job that made my stomach hurt every time I walked into the door. This was my first time being a caregiver. I was taking care of my grandmother at the time while my mom was away. And then I also was living at home, and I felt old enough, and I was like, do I have any privacy? And then also with my friends, we were just in two different places. They wanted something regular, and I wanted more. So I was like, man, what does hard really mean? So I took that with me. I left the shop, and I thought about it. Well, in a few months, I got a sign. You know, I like those. My sister called me, and she said, Shaw, she was living in New York at the time, and she was like, Shaw, one of my roommates is moving out. You have an opportunity to come to New York. It'll be easy for you. And I'm like, oh my gosh, the stars are speaking to me. And so I was able to transfer my then job to New York. I had a place to stay, and it was reasonable enough for me to pay rent. So I was like, yeah, let's do it. So I was like, yeah, I don't think that will be, I think that'll be the way for me. The only thing that I really thought that was hard was leaving North Carolina was, I missed the stars. I'm somebody who used to spend all of my time outside. Like, even as a kid, you could not pay me to come inside. I wanted to chase those lightning bugs. I wanted to play tag with my friends and the neighborhood kids and my cousins. Like, even now, I love sitting on a porch and sipping some tea. Like, you can't take me off of the porch. So I knew that I was moving somewhere different where I couldn't see the stars, where I couldn't just sit outside and feel the breeze. And that was something that really brought calm to me and brought me peace. So that part was hard for me to transition out of, but I knew that New York was the place that I needed to be. New York made me feel so alive. It was a lot of energy there. I felt like I could be my silly self and nobody even cared. Like, I could just go out and be whoever I wanted to be in New York, and I could live that creative life. So I thought that it was the right decision. Well, in a few months, I was living in New York, and that's when that tarot lady popped in my head when she said, it's gonna be hard. And I was like, oh, I'm feeling it, it's hard. It's kind of hard. At the time, I was doing the artist life. I was a server during the nighttime, and I was going to auditions during the day, maybe working a temp job or two in between. And that was something that I haven't lived yet. New York City, if you haven't been or you haven't been often, it is the hustle capital of the world. You are always moving from this place to get to the next connection, to meet the next person, to try and finally get your shot. And that's just what the life is. So my little southern legs could not move as fast as all the New Yorkers that I was around. It felt like I was like walking slower than everybody. And it felt like I was always late to everything. And I really was, because, I was on Southern time. Well, let me take a breath. I was talking fast. Sorry, y'all. Well, I was just in a vicious cycle. I would get up early. I would try and go to an audition. Then I'd go to a temp job. And then I would go to this comedy club and work until like 4 a.m. And it was just, it was a different type of life that I was living. And the thing is, when I worked at this comedy club, it was cool walking in because you felt like a superstar. Like, it had this long red carpet, and it had all of these comedians on the wall. And you were like, oh man, I saw them on a late night show, and oh my gosh, they're famous. They were in that movie. And then you'd walk down, and you're like, oh man, I feel like I'm in VIP. And so it was like a really lovely place to be in. And we would get a lot of tourists, so a lot of people from North Carolina would be in there, and you'd see some people, they were a couple, they would be on their anniversary trip, or you see some bridesmaids and you knew that they were all going to order Tito's because all the girlies are gluten-free. So it was like a really wonderful place to be, but not from my angle. I would come up to the table and I'd say my spiel, and I'd say, hi, I'm Shair. I'll be your server tonight. Yes, there is a 2-drink minimum. No, you cannot substitute food for your drinks. What can I get you? And then the people would be like, oh my gosh, this is our weekend in New York. We're having such a great time. Can you recommend any places to go? We're here for a weekend. We've already been downtown. What's happening in Brooklyn? Where do we go? And I would just look at them like, ma'am, can you please hurry up and can you hurry up and give me your order? Because I have 4 more tables and we have like an hour left in this show. Like, I don't have anything to tell you. But then inside, I felt really sad because I really had nothing to tell her. I was like in this vicious cycle of working and trying to make it that I didn't even get to enjoy the city. I didn't even get to see the city. I didn't even know where the place to be was. And so that was my life in New York at that time. So when that tarot lady said hard, she really meant hard. And so what happens next is one day I go home, and after this shift, and it's like 4 a.m., I'm trying to decompress in my room and just being like, well, I got to get up early, and just trying to wash the day away. And I'm in my room, and I have this one little window, and I feel like someone's looking at me. I feel like some eyes are on me. And I was like, who could be looking at me? Now, I lived in an apartment that was on the 5th floor. And if you've never seen an apartment building in New York, there are no elevators in most of them, so that means you're walking up 5 flights of stairs every single day, okay? And that means with your laundry and your groceries, all right? So I was in the 5th floor in this small apartment room, and I feel eyes on me. It's like, that doesn't feel right. And then I hear a tapping, and I was like, whoa, who is knocking on the window? Who could be up here on the 5th floor? And then I hear scratching, and then I hear another knock. I was like, that's strange. So I pulled the curtain, and I was like, ah! And I pulled it back. And I was like, okay, be courageous. I know you saw something, but be courageous. Open the curtain. I open the curtain, and I see these pair of eyes, these long eyes just looking at me. And then I see this square-shaped head and these black ears. And then I see these long black fingernails and these hands. They're just like these little fingers going like this in the window. And I was like, is that a raccoon? That's a raccoon. It was the most huge raccoon I've ever seen. It had to be this big, maybe this big, but it was pretty big. So I was like, what is a raccoon doing on the 5th floor of my New York apartment, sitting on my AC unit, just chilling, staring at me, knocking on the window? And I was like, is this a sign? Well, me and this raccoon are just staring each other down. And I move to the left, and it moves to the left. I move to the right, it moves to the right. And I'm like, okay, we're going to sit here and dance. What are you doing here? And then it tries to open the window. It has those little hands, so, it's just like, ugh. And I was like, stop that. And it stops, and it looks at me. And it goes, ugh, it starts trying to open it again. It's like, stop that. So we do that for a few minutes, back and forth, and then I just shut the window, and then it leaves. I'm like, what in the world? I know that you can see some crazy things in New York, but I had never thought that I would see a raccoon. And so I immediately go to my phone and I was like, what does a raccoon mean? And it brought up some things. It said, like, a raccoon can mean, like, their personality is mischievous, playful, adaptability. And it said if you see one in your dreams, that could mean an omen. And I was like, ooh, an omen, that sounds kind of evil. But I was like, I'll take that as a sign. But you know what this raccoon made me think of? North Carolina. It made me think of North Carolina. And I was at a point in my life where I was adapting to something so different, just so new. And I think that I needed to bring more play into my life. And what was my favorite thing to do, and how do I really bring play into my life, was going outside. This whole time I had been working, I was never going outside, only to get to the next gig, to the next gig, and to the next gig. I never got to pause and be like, it smells good, or like, go see a tree. So the next day, I made sure that I put time in my calendar to go to the park. So I went to the park. There are kids playing. People are playing basketball. Some Caribbeans playing dominoes. And I just sat down on a bench, and I took a breath. And I want to say, like, everything just fell off of my body. My shoulders finally were not at my ears. And I got to relax, and I remembered, this is what it feels like. This is what I needed. I needed to go outside. Now, I might not have had the stars, but at least I had something. I had something to bring me that peace and that calm, and to remember kind of like why we're here and what nature can do for us. So if you ever see a raccoon, you might need to step outside, okay? Thank you.
I love it. I love it. We do live in a beautiful space. Asheville is absolutely beautiful, and thank you for highlighting the stars. So can we give another round of applause for Shaw? Oh my goodness, I love the energy. So, y'all still doing okay? Okay. Well, I do want to say that I had someone come visit me from the Bay Area not too long ago, and they just sat outside, and I was like, "Are you okay?" Just sitting there, just sitting outside on the stairs, and she was like, "Yeah, I'm fine. I'm just kind of listening," and I was like, "I don't know what you're listening to, but should I sit in or listen?" And what she realized, what she said is she's listening to nothing. And I started hearing the cicadas and the beauty and the pitch blackness. And I realized, because I lived in the Bay Area for some time, for 2 years, and you hear everything. You hear anything and everything. So I took that for granted. So I believe wholeheartedly in the stars and signs. And we're going to keep this party going if you're okay. Do y'all need a bathroom break? Okay. I love it. Okay. All right. I do want to take a moment to thank our sponsors, Chai Pani. We got Flora as a sponsor. We have Bucci as a sponsor. Yes. And East Fork Pottery as a sponsor. Yes. Yes. All right. So I know that we've been on a roll, and we're going to keep going. Now, look. I met this person 2 weeks ago, and I am just in awe of his story and the way that he has navigated life. And like I said, I just realized how powerful he is, and it was through the connections that we had over a drink. So up next, our storyteller is Mark Williams. And ethnobiologist Mark Williams has taught hundreds of classes to thousands of people about plants, humans, other life forms, and their interface. His trainings include, he has a BA in Environmental Studies, Sustainable Agriculture from Warren Wilson College with a minor in business, and an MA in Appalachian Studies, Sustainable Development from Appalachian State University with a minor in Planning and Geography. That just sounds like a lot of class. Whenever I was looking at that, I was like, it's a lot of class. He has over 20 years of experience working at various restaurants, farms, and travels throughout 30 countries in Central, North, South America, Europe, and all 50 states in the USA. So talking about knowing if there's lots of noise, or if there's silence, or if there's what type of bugs, he knows it all. More information can be found at www.botantyeveryday.com. All right, give us a round of applause for Mark Williams.
All right. Thanks, everybody. Is that okay? No, okay. So gratitude to Dogwood and everything that they do, all the great work, and gratitude to all of you for being here, and everybody who might be out in the ether watching this recording. Wow, I talk to people for a living, and this is so nerve-wracking. So, wow, just props to all the storytellers up here. Wow. Yeah. Okay, so I do have notes just to help hold me. And I want to start with a little bit of universality. So who has ever had a special specific tree? Right, show of hands, special specific tree. So I'm among fellow folks here, that's great. And this is a story of a series of specific trees that have helped save different iterations of me. And before beginning the story, I would like to set the tone by starting with a song. Standing like a tree with my roots down deep and my branches are wide open. Down comes the rain, down, down, down comes the sun to return to the earth, to return to the one. That's it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And yeah, by many measures, I had a hellacious childhood that was nonetheless privileged in many ways too. And one of the challenges being my parents saying, I can't sing, not to sing, or don't sing, quit your singing, don't quit your day job and the like, right? So, of course, what they meant was your talents lie elsewhere, and to this day, I'm not a professional singer, but as a little songbird who sings constantly, at least internally to this day, I heard more shut up and stay quiet to keep the criticism at bay. So by singing for all of you here, it is clear in a way that my inner child is already won, which is fun. That said, my story is a back and forth. And as the great song by Rob Bass and DJ Easy Rock goes, it's of joy and pain, sunshine and rain. Oh, my children. All right, so the challenges that I experienced from my upbringing by my dad are clearly linked in some ways to him being a black man born in Alabama in 1938 and the challenges he inherently faced because of this. But also a series of profoundly hard personal tragedies, in particular being burned really bad while very young, losing his mom at an early age, and his dad's incarceration during childhood as well. I have much empathy for my dad within the harrowing story that I have to tell. Firstly, I was kidnapped by my dad at the age of 1.5 years old from my mom in Holland, ostensibly to go Christmas shopping. So there's a tree. But I was brought to America and raised with authority and brutality by a literal drill sergeant entity. My earliest tree memory is well after numerous notable beatings. It was the pine in the front yard of 3333 Cross Creek Drive in Montgomery, Alabama. We lived there until I was 7, and then we moved to South Florida when my dad retired at the age of 43, if you could imagine, after 27 years in the military and achieving the highest rank possible for an enlisted person of Chief Master Sergeant E9, which is only granted to 1 out of every 100 soldiers. He went on to work for the Department of Labor for over 20 more years. Another great tree memory would be my grandfather Papa JT's pecan tree in Lynette, Alabama, also known as Shawmut for whatever reason. One he inherited from his forebears like Big Annie and Mama Julia. I can remember cracking pecans, or pecans, depending on where you come from, for hours gleefully driving from Alabama back to Florida every summer. Well, I think of the wood that made the bats that were used by my great uncles and the Negro baseball leagues of old, and how much my dad had adored those men and the stories that they told. Regarding Florida, I remember walking through the halls of my first grade Montessori school in Alabama with dreams of palm trees. Now, being a botanist as an aside, palms are monocots and not real trees. That may make the type of wood generated by dicot trees. Nonetheless, they represented paradise for me. But that aside, I was 7, and we posted up on the coast in Pompano Beach, Florida, and the Howard Johnsons while looking for a more permanent place, and I was in a type of heaven. This very location would thread significantly through my life for years to come. I ended up at a daycare across from Kester Park full of amazing trees, of which the banyans, a type of ficus or fig, were my favorite. So easy to climb and huge, a ready-made botanical fort of gargantuan proportions. Oh, how those trees gave ease as the blows rained down at home without cease. In my maturation, I ran away from home a number of times. The first at the age of 9, involving a harrowing multi-mile sojourn, part of which included walking down Interstate 95 and getting into the car with an offering stranger, which eventually led me to being in Kester Park in one of my favorite banyan trees. Eventually I came down, hungry I imagine, and ended up running into a teacher from my elementary school that wasn't far away. One can only imagine the hullabaloo around my disappearing and the embarrassment and intensity for my father particularly, yet as far as I can recall that time, he did not beat me. This location continues to be one of my favorite places in the world to this day, though sad to say the banyans have gone away. However, I am pleased to report in the time since then, I've grown to know that some of my other childhood friends are incredible plants in their own right, like the mahogany and cocoa plum trees. The next time I ran away was in my mid-teens. I ended up at the very first beach, sleeping in the parking garage of that very same hotel across from those very dreamt of palm trees before the police found me. The last time I ran away, I was 19, but very much still under the dominion of my father in a number of ways. So off I went with very, very little to live on the streets of New Orleans in an abandoned building. And though that time was a blur in retrospect, I am sure there must have been some connection to trees and amazing oaks there specifically. Oaks would continue to be profound in my life for years to come, from the one I took refuge in when getting my associate degree at Santa Fe Community College to one of my favorites still to this day, on the land of a spiritual center in Jacksonville, Florida, that I was first introduced to by my friend Kaba after my first 10-day silent meditation retreat in the Vipassana style. It is cozied up on the banks of the St. Johns River, and to say sweet and huge only hint at the magnitude of this incredible being, at least 8 to 9 feet in diameter, and is a sight amazing in seeing, with a perfect nook for one person to get in and pray, and so incredible in many a way. One of the most transformative places I've ever been is the Omega Institute in upstate New York, a place where I went on one of my first plant walks in the late 90s, and I remember the catalpa tree in front of the dining hall in particular captivating me. Around the time of that, one of my true callings in the tree realm became crystal clear. I visited here in Asheville just as the George Washington Carver Park was being planted with fruit trees. This was one of the impetuses for me moving here as a young aspiring hippie. Fruit trees also helped with the healing with my dad. Growing up, he had always looked down on fruit trees and gardening in the yard as low rent and tacky. Our Cuban neighbors, who moved in shortly after we did, representing one of the only families of color in a neighborhood of hundreds of homes, promptly went full food forest with great energy. To my dad's credit, he sent me to Spanish lessons con Señora Santiago, which I still treasure as I continue to practice este lingua, this language, daily and remember her fondly. Fast forward to his house of retirement in Fort Myers, Florida, that came with a lemon tree. For New Year's 2000, I was determined to help pay my way at a big fish music festival with 80,000 plus people by selling homemade salsa and fresh squeezed lemonade from that very lemon tree. Previous to that, my dad had a practice of saying, you know, you can always just go back and even do one hitch in the military, by seeing that I had another path and admiring me for my industry. Over time, his Jamaican wife Grace would eventually at least moderately food forest that place out, with a bare minimum collection of banana, papaya, and sugarcane that most island folk may be prone to do. My dad started declining around 10 years ago in that place, and that lemon tree, unfortunately, interestingly, in parallel, did too. And they eventually moved to a one-story house around the way. But oh, what a food forest lives in that little backyard today. Once secure on my path, I head to Warren Wilson College and had the great fortune of learning from a Yale-trained forester named Dr. Bill Davis. The goal was to learn every local tree and many from the Piedmont as well. Mission successful, but my greatest love at the time was the apple tree. My senior project involved planting 50 trees on campus of around 10 varieties and developing a management manual as well. While many healing moments have been part of this process, there have been many challenges in the pursuit of food forest establishment there and other places in our community too, that we might hope to move through. That, though, has led to some of my life's work volunteering for 3 years on the Asheville Tree Commission to advocate for the installation of more food forests in our community and working through the Cooperative Extension Master Garden Program, thank you for showing up, and the inventory, the food forests that we have, and help develop plans to steward them further. Turns out it's way easier to plant trees than to take care of them. So please join us in that effort, I would say. My focus is spread to longer-lived nut trees like hickories, along with other fleshy fruits like native pawpaws and persimmons. So grateful for the work of the Asheville Buncombe Fruit and Nut Club, also known as the Nutty Buddies affectionately in this space particularly. Go Nutty Buddies. All right. I have traveled internationally and communed with many trees, but some of the most special being the probably over 1,000-year-old yew, clearly at the site of an ancient Celtic ritual space where I put some of the ashes of one of my greatest teachers, inspirations, and friends, Frank Cook. Frank Cook called in, as well as thousands of miles away near the Caribbean, where I and some friends placed some of Frank's ashes yet again, this time by another amazing type of ficus tree where Panama and Costa Rica come together coastally. The baobab trees in Hollywood, Florida connect to the legacy of Africa too, and a previous storyteller, Issa, shout out to Issa and me, and how the evolution of life moves through. A year or so before the pandemic, I went to visit my siblings, their mom, and the old home place of Papa JT, Mama Julia, and Big Amy. Especially excited for the pecan tree, but no sign of it there, to my despair and chagrin. However, sassafras and cedar were there, and I knew those had to be connected, especially to my kin, and I let that energy in. My dad passed away in June, and it is interesting to feel our relationship evolve in this transition. I felt mostly at peace with him before he left physically, with him having had dementia for a while. Yet now I feel a connection to him and my ancestry that, though it avows the legacy of practically unimaginable trauma, that there is some type of freedom on the other side too that can possibly be assessed for me and you. Thinking that somewhere I will put part of his ashes and plant a tree so I can continue to pray in a certain way for him, you, and me while continuing the healing journey. Thank you. I wanted to also thank one of my favorite bands ever, Rising Appalachia, too, for the shirt, Resilient, the amazing song that goes along with it. Also, I have a pepperidum. It's like an arboretum, arboretum collection of trees, pepperidum collection of peppers. So anybody that loves hot peppers, I've got hundreds of them and need to redistribute the surplus. So please come see me. I'll be over there. Thank you, everybody.
All right, give it up for Mark. He said he's going to bring the hot peppers to us. I love it. Thank you. I think it's a reminder, again, how important it is to be able to have people around you to connect with each other. And again, that's why we're here. And I see so many familiar faces, and I see new faces, and I hope to connect with everybody. Maybe not tonight, but if you see me, my social battery goes like, I'm excited because I'm going to announce some raffle prizes. So, Chai Pani, Grace, I love it. You want to shake it up? Yeah. So Chai Pani offered a $25 gift card to indulge in their culinary creations. It's a full immersive experience, FYI. It's delicious. An opportunity for your taste buds with their delicious food. All right. I'm like, Kamala, you want to pick it? Yeah. All right. And who do we have? Oh, okay. Number 5238619. Of course. I'm here for it too, yes. Let me check my, I'm kidding, I don't have a ticket. It's 5238. Oh, yay! Awesome! We have a winner! And Kamala is gonna get your amazing gift card. Everybody remember to make friends. Yes, we know it's a $25 gift card, but we can still, maybe join in a meal or a lunch or something. I don't know. Oh my goodness. Well, I'm having a good time. Are you having a good time? Okay. I'll give that. All right. So I'm going to introduce our next storyteller. Puerto Rico born, Southeast raised, Northeast. Thank you. Let me put this down. Puerto Rico born, Northeast raised, Mari is a fiercely independent free spirit. She strives to inspire that same level of self-determination for others, especially women of color. Mari has a BA in Environmental Studies and Education from Prescott College in Arizona that prepared her for a life of social and environmental impact. It has also prepared her to be an educator inside and outside the classroom. Mari is on a personal journey to decolonize her mind, to heal from the internalized harm that systems of oppression have conditioned her to take on. She's leaning deeper into her imperfections. She's finding compassion for herself and others. Mari immerses herself in the natural world when possible. There she finds nurturing, grounding, and deep sense of purpose. And I truly appreciate Mari, so please give a round of applause for our next storyteller, Mari.
Buenas noches. I think that'll do it. I brought some of my home journals, so that's what this is about. Hello, everybody. It's good to be here. So, I got two formative childhood memories that shaped the dreams and wishes I later reached for as an adult. The first one is this wild, vivid memory of me running deep through the woods with my brother and a few church friends at one of our friends Juan Carlos' house in his backyard. He lived in Guilford, Connecticut, where kind of suburbia and like rural town meet. Unlike the rest of us kids, our parents couldn't afford a property like Juan Carlos. The property felt dozens of acres large, very much like he had like his own little Biltmore estate, and the Biltmore forest kind of like backed up in there. And yeah, the property was so vast, with woods so dense, any incident was possible, okay? Especially when you're running, all right? And when any shenanigan is possible, you need your first responders on the job. So naturally, I was leading a very high-profile search and rescue mission. I ran for what felt like dozens of continuous straight miles. I jumped over giant boulders, hurled over fallen trees. I called for backup. I was triaging. our friend Juan Carlos, right? We were at his house. He whipped out his like old Fisher-Price walkie-talkie set for the squad. Y'all, I'm not sure if you realize, but giving a few kids a couple of two-way radios, right, to like a ragtag bunch of kids from like the barrio, does in the 90s, that's like, it's like life-changing. It makes you invincible, powerful, and I remember feeling tapped into something greater than myself that night. It was the night I discovered the amount of confidence and security I felt while unleashed in the woods. I remember thinking, this is the level of exploration I've been waiting for my whole life. To move and play with total abandon. This is the new normal, right? Surely my very overly protective Puerto Rican parents would let me be a free-range chicken from now on like this, right? I was probably like 8 or so. But no, that's not what it looked like, at least not most of the time. There wasn't an infinite forest for me to run through, not normally. No natural swimming holes fed by springs. We played in open fire hydrants on the street in the summertime. Raise your hand if you know what I'm talking about. Like 1, 2, 3 of you guys. Yeah, see, those years of my childhood, I grew up in some of the more concrete pockets of New Haven, Connecticut. City-made, barrio-raised muchachita. My soul yearned for something deeper. So, you can imagine why I was so stoked when this next event took place. My second most formative childhood memory was in Jersey. I have this vivid memory of walking down the neighborhood greenway with my sister and girl cousins who lived down there. We had been walking for what felt like miles, and since it was just us tweens, no adults, I remember feeling so independent. I was so grown. I never get to wander like this back home, unsupervised, let alone a path so remote, let alone absent of men. Come on, women, give it up. It was unprecedented, okay, that we were allowed to do that. Well, we must have wandered a little too far because I remember some of my primas saying, it's getting late and we need to make it home for dinner. So, in this moment, suddenly, this magical trails appears a roadblock by what looks like a big pond. And on the other side of the pond is where the trail picked back up. So what must I do? Run? But there's a pond. Dive in? Well, yeah, if I want to get to the other side, right? Well, if we want to make home on time, we have to figure out a way to cross, right? But like looks of intimidation start like darting across the group, all right? Do we tread? Do we swim? How deep is this pond anyway? Do we turn around and find an alternate route? Time was running out, but luckily I spotted a floating dock in the middle of the pond. I bravely volunteered to bring the dock over so we can all safely get across. I took charge. I even pointed out the smooth rocks over by the edge of the water so you could just like hop on the float. It's not hard, just hop on the dock, right? But we needed to act fast, I say. And don't give me that look, Jen, because we might need to take 2 trips, okay? All right, well, we made it back in time for dinner, and still buzzed from the thrill, I tell my mom all about our victory. These are some of my most profound childhood memories, and that's exactly how I recall those experiences for decades following the events. It wasn't until recently that I realized that some memories kind of imprint in your mind a little differently than reality. You see, that backyard that felt like a vast forest was probably just like an average half-acre lot on a gentle slope. No peak summit, no boulders, no site to jump off of, no mountains to see through trek. We were probably just like running in circles. And the magical greenway down the street from my tia's house, it was probably more like a dirt road, like a dirt driveway probably. And no pond, just like a muddy puddle. Certainly no floating dock. to save us. I think it was just like a wooden pallet from Lowe's. But you see, the power of imagination was birthed in those memories. The birthing of an idea that the girl running through the woods with a two-way radio in hand could be fearless and she can be heroic, right? Imagination, play, wilderness, pushing beyond for whatever binary label I was supposed to present would write my next chapters. So I set off to live my destiny as a trailblazer in my home, in my church, my community, in my cultura. And for whatever reason, trailblazing for me would unfold in desert landscapes. To begin, Arizona. Who's been? Yeah. This is where an undergraduate degree in environmental studies, shout out to Mark for that ES degree, immersed me into a world of ecology and natural history. And not just an academic experience, but an existential one that where I would slowly begin to unlearn all of the social and religious conditioning that was no longer serving me. My old world faith drying up like a drought, yet a spiritual awakening beginning to sprout, like desert poppies after monsoon rains. Transformation and all, I clung on to some things that were indispensable, like the many letters I wrote my unborn baby nephew in utero most of my first year at college. It's my sister's. I'm going to read to you one of the journal entries I wrote him. Like one of many. I think I wrote him a book this year. Dear baby, one of the most fascinating elements on Granite Mountain is the dirt. Something as simple as dirt here has so much dimension, so much depth. The ground looks really dry on the surface, like sand that's been cooked up by the hot desert sun. However, when you dig it up, it's dark and moist from the rains that soaked it the night before. And when you scoop it up and hold it, it molds itself to the shape of your hand. This is the only season of the year that the soil does this on Granite Mountain, when summer monsoons rain over the sky and drenches the earth. The tiny pieces of granite are so beautiful to touch and look at, as opposed to like looking at them and touching them on someone's fancy kitchen countertop. It's amazing to see a whole wilderness full of this resource in its raw state. My sister's first unborn child, my mom's first grandchild, he's 14 now. So the price of FOMO and homesickness was high at times, but I had more deserts to blaze and more ponds to cross. So 3 years later, I packed my shiny diploma and some grit into the trunk of my new graduation present, sponsored by Mom and Dad. A 2003 sports utility vehicle named after the thing I was predestined to do. A Chevrolet. Hey, who said it? Trailblazer. That's what I was doing. I went to go flex my new degree doing what most us nerds in the field that we end up doing, environmental education internship. I had arrived. The gig was in central mountains of New Mexico. So yeah, more desert, bring it on. Came with the perks of free housing on the property too. The cutest adobe-style casita surrounded by nothing but Sandia Mountain foothills, a dry forest of pinyon trees and soap tree yucca. No neighbors within a mile radius. Oof. Where's the two-way Motorola radio when you need it? No, seriously, where's the radio? This is far. If I had screamed, no one would hear me because the closest neighbor was, again, a mile away. So not for the faint of heart, I had to dig deep for the brave girl who wasn't afraid of the dark woods. Well, as it turned out, the only person who needed heroic first responding was me. There, I was in my first right out of college dream job, and I was struggling. Physical isolation, micro and macro aggressions from my colleagues, where I was the only BIPOC person in this program. Later, too, I would witness two of the most overt and explicit forms of unapologetic racism in a couple of restaurants in Albuquerque. My nervous system was shot that season, and fearlessness got harder and harder to come by in those 6 months. I was faced with a lot from my past and present to reckon with, and solitude made it worse at times. Brought to my knees, I experienced true surrender for the first time, right there on the Sandia Mountains, the native territory of the southern Tihuanacoans. Thank you to those native spirits who roamed that land and aided in my surrender. The type of surrender where I had to visualize the mountain of granite around me as an entity of protection and love, nestling me in its embrace. I would literally go outside and address the darkness, scared shitless, but I'd go outside and I'd be like there, like talking to the mountain. Those were the nights I was able to access feelings of connection to myself and a higher power. I survived that place long enough to remember I could muster whatever it takes to magically transport myself across any pond and any obstacle. So, for the final chapter of my desert odyssey, I floated across this little pond some people called the Pacific Ocean, and I landed in Australia for a summer-long backpacking trip. Home of the Outback Desert and a very special sacred monolith sandstone knob that rises abruptly 1,000 feet high from its surrounding shockingly flat lowlands. The Anangu Aboriginal peoples refer to this monolith as Uluru. It would soon be my temple for several days where I camped there at the national park. Uluru is like 5 hours from the nearest major town, y'all. It's remote as hell. But I literally drove from the nearest major city. I didn't even come in from Alice Springs, which is like 5 hours. I drove in from Adelaide, which is like 16 hours away. And a couple of random travel companions I met in Australia. But otherwise, it was mostly me, no adults. I remember feeling so independent, so grown. I love when I get to wander off like this, unsupervised, a path so remote, absent of men. It was unprecedented. I was not going to make it home on time for dinner. Thank you. I wanted to, not super connected to the story, but I wanted to just add a little bit about the connection and the passion I feel not only when I'm outdoors, but especially desert landscapes tapped in something different for me. And swimming holes is also part of that spiritual connection I feel to the outdoors. We just had one of the warmest summers, and I was outside swimming like as much as possible. That kind of invigoration when you're in a cold, freshwater spring or swimming hole, like almost always awakens something in me. And so I want to finish off by reading this poem I wrote, kind of an ode to summer swimming and desert swimming holes. Wading through ephemeral waters for the first time, my nervous system feels this remembering, tethering, echoing. I've been here before, at least my soul. A past life maybe paid the toll. As I cross plains, my mind begins to mull. Am I from here? This place feels imprinted. In these creeks I hold no fear, no reservation. It's reverence I hold near.
Oh my goodness. Can we give a round of applause for Mari? Woo! I love when I know, and I've gotten to know all the storytellers, but I love when I get to know the storytellers or I've known them before and I'm like, yes, yes, yes. The power of imagination is really a beautiful thing. What I do want to say is I think we might get up move around, take a little break, go to the bar, go to the bathroom. Please go visit the Dogwood Alliance table in the back. Go ahead and raise your hand and wave them like you just don't care. Hey! Yes. So please go visit the Dogwood Alliance table and learn more about the work that they're doing. Sign the petition. And there's amazing peppers. I love it. All right. But I do want to say, before y'all get up and move it, wait. We got 2 more storytellers, so we don't want you to leave. And an amazing band. So if you need to get up, move around, go to the bathroom, get some drinks, this is the time to do it. We'll be back in 10 minutes.
return to their seats. Pretty soon, we're gonna do 2 more storytellers. That's because it's loud. We're gonna do, hey everybody, hey. This has been awesome, right? Right, yeah. We got 3 minutes. We're gonna return to our seats. We're gonna do 2 more storytellers. Then we're gonna take a short little break. We're gonna get the floor ready for the incredible band. The band is the Alien Music Club, and they're gonna do a Doris tribute band, and they are incredible. So I really encourage you to stick around and get your boogie on. But mostly, I encourage you to find your seats, because we got 2 more incredible storytellers coming up. You guys are doing a great job. You're doing a great job. No, I can hear everybody's like making their way. Couple more minutes, y'all, and then we're gonna invite another storyteller to the stage, and I really trust that everybody's gonna like give them their focus, attention, energy, and then there's one more, and then we're gonna break, and then you're gonna get ready to dance to this band. Yes. Great.
All right. Yes, give a round of applause for us coming back. We're going to keep this party going. I am so excited. So, let's see. You got a drink? You got what you needed? You feel nourished? Your soul feels nourished? Okay. All right, check. Did you get some chili peppers? Check. I saw that. Yeah. All right, potty break. I'm just trying to go through my checklist to make sure. All right. Well, so I'm really excited to announce this. I think I'm excited the whole way through. I've said that every time, but it's a genuine, authentic, real excitement every time I announce another storyteller. All right. Let's take a big, deep breath in on 3. 1, 2, 3. Oh, that was nice. Let's do it one more time. Deep breath in on 3. 1, 2, 3. Oh, That is the adult version of Quiet Coyote. If y'all are in the classroom, y'all know Quiet Coyote. Okay, I'm gonna use that from now on. All right, our next storyteller, Lucky Hunter. Lucky Hunter holds an MFA in creative writing from Emerson College in Boston and has taught creative writing at Warren Wilson College. I feel yeah. Is there a reunion happening or something we need to be invited to? She serves as a curator of the long-running Ben's Reading Series and co-producer of the poetry and prose radio program Wordplay on 103.3 Asheville FM. Her words have appeared in publications including the North Carolina Review, the Baltimore Review, Quarter After 8, Hiram Poetry Review, McSweeney's Internet Tendency, Slipstream, Gulfstream Literary Magazine, Arts and Opinion, New Plains Review, and others. So yeah, let's give it up for being published everywhere. Lucky has received scholarships and grants from the North Carolina Arts Council and from the Arrowmount School of Arts and Crafts. Her essays have been nominated for Best of the Net Awards and the John Burroughs Nature Essay Award. So I'm really excited, and I know she's going to bring all the creativity and all the words. Give it up for Lucky Hunter!
Thank you, Elizabeth, a fellow Asheville FM DJ. And thank you, Kamala, for bringing us all together tonight. Hey, y'all. Welcome back. The beginning of my story starts with an epigraph. The true meaning of life is to plant trees under whose shade you do not expect to sit. And that's Nelson Henderson. When people ask about my heritage, I answer mountain-born. I am fifth-generation Appalachian. I was born with red clay under my nails. My lineage folds into the mountains. My childhood was one of fat tomatoes and purple-fleshed muscadines. We gardened for the thrill of having the delicious Tennessee earth under our fingernails. Even though I grew up in Appalachia with people who made beauty with their hands, the woods were not a part of my community because we were suburban. However, there are two giant trees on my East Tennessee childhood property, one planted for me and one for my sister. They were brought home by my father when I was a toddler. He carried them home in his breast pocket. I love the image of the twin saplings nested in his pocket, warmed by his beating heart before they were planted. As we grew, our trees grew. I talked to mine frequently, weeded around its tender base. I visit that tree every time I go to East Tennessee. And in fact, sometimes I visit it more than I visit my mother. I wanted a whole forest of trees, but the suburbs did not provide that. The occasional family trip to Roan Mountain sustained me. In those woods, I could hear myself better, feel my heart beat more intensely. Part 2, the old man of the mountain heads north. When I was in middle school, my world was shattered. We were leaving my beloved mountains and moving to a suburb of Boston. The devastation of moving from this hamlet was softened by the promise of a woods in our backyard and one adjoining my new school. My middle school directly backed up to a preserve. I sat alone at the picnic tables closest to the trailheads, longing to bound into the woods at lunch and at recess. I could smell the trees welcoming me with their mix of coolness and warmth. As a transplant from Tennessee, I boasted a thick Appalachian accent. I was the token Southerner, the only Southerner. I received comments like, "We're surprised you wear shoes." The stereotypes of the uneducated Southerner were held firmly there, and middle school years were not friendly anyway. My hair hung long and straight. Puberty managed to make it look both greasy and fly away all at once. I was deeply nearsighted, so severely I have since had 7 eye operations. Add to all this the awkwardness that comes with being a middle schooler, and the woods became my refuge. The fact I had opportunities to bathe in these woods with great frequency was the only balm to this 4-eyed, poetry-loving, greasy-haired middle school girl. To make matters worse, the kids called me Gomer after Gomer Pyle, and hillbilly. And every time I said the word y'all, I wanted to shove it back in my mouth as the rain of taunts for that beautiful, ubiquitous Southern word lasted an hour. I had fantasies about getting lost in the woods behind our house. Walking between those old trees had a meditative quality, and the sounds of the woods replaced the taunts of the bullies. Trees were such a relief after dealing with people. I was an overly dramatic middle schooler, and I'm still prone to hyperbole and drama. I was raised Lutheran, so at night I would say my prayers and include my mom and dad and my sister and the woods. God bless every tree, I would say. Trees don't have souls, my parents said. I clearly needed a best friend, someone to share the magic of the forest. Finding a kindred spirit is tricky business for a 6th grader. My criteria were long, but it would probably boil down to must love trees. If I was writing a personal ad for a best friend, it would go something like this. 12-year-old, seeking BFF, must love poetry and watercolors. Belief in magic and fairies a plus. Above all, must love woods. You can find me sitting alone at the picnic bench that's closest to the woods by the playground. I'll be the brunette with the difficult hair and thick glasses who's staring off lovingly into the woods, waiting for adventure. We learned how to identify trees in our earth science class. This is where I first met Sandy Williams. Trees can be identified by the leaves, the teacher said, and also the bark. What about their personality? Said Sandy. Excuse me, said the teacher. What about the personality of the tree? Trees have very different personalities. Pine trees are dependable, maple trees are silly. I fell in love with the owner of this hand. She gave me the courage to chime in. I raised my hand, but did not even wait for the teacher to call on me. Elms are great to climb, so they must be trustworthy, I said. Girls, said the teacher, you can't identify a tree by the personality. I'm talking about real ways to identify a tree. Those are real ways, said Sally. But the teacher said she had had just about enough of us. Spoiler alert, the teachers are going to continue to have just about enough of us a lot. In Sandy Williams, I found a kindred spirit, best friend, and woods lover. We learned about the oldest tree in Massachusetts, a hemlock 500 years old. Its tender buds were just starting to peek at the sun during the Renaissance. We vowed to meet her. Most kids our age wanted to go see the boy band Menudo, and we wanted to take a field trip to a tree. Sandy and I had a healthy respect for authority, but not enough to actually obey the rules. We floated above our teachers and our classwork, preferring to create poetry and watercolors of trees. When the other kids were playing dodgeball, we were fantasizing about living in the woods, swallowed by the protective forest. We would know all the trees by name. No one would ever find us. Perhaps a bit of a dark fantasy for a 6th grader, but I found it cozy. We knew in our hearts we could talk to the trees, that they had souls and the woods were full of magic. I told her about my tree back home, and she suggested I write my tree a letter. Send a letter to one of your friends, and she can read it to your tree, and then the tree will not miss you as much, she said. This sounded perfectly reasonable to me. Part 3, orienteering. Because our school had access to woods, orienteering was part of our physical education, or PE class. Our PE teacher explained it was a competitive sport in which participants find ways to various checkpoints across rough country with the aid of a map and compass. What is competitive about a walk in the woods, said Sandy. Our teacher divided us into teams. She knew she could not separate me from Sandy because Lord knows she had tried. So with great resignation, she handed us a compass and a map. Girls, she began with a long sigh, this is not a nature walk. This is a competition. You need to run, not walk. And that means you can't have a conversation with every tree along the way. Please put the physical into physical education. How quickly and accurately we decided on the best route without getting lost would determine our performance and grade in the class. We looked at our map legend. Blue was water, green was dense woods. This was immediately appealing. Yellow symbolized some sort of clearing. Boring. White was a normal forest. What is normal supposed to mean? Asked Sandy. All forests are extraordinary. Orienteering was designed to teach our growing minds directions and cardinal coordinates, math and spatial awareness. We would calculate distances and look at the compass. We were supposed to come back when we heard the whistle. The PE teacher was still by our side. Girls, you must come back when you hear the whistle, even if you have not finished the course. Don't get lost in the woods. But what if we want to get lost in the woods, I asked. What? She yelled. Girls, no. I'm telling you right now that the woods are not a place for... I listened to about half of what she said. I heard waste of school resources, call your parents, not responsible. If we were late, we were only missing our next class period. I didn't even need to speak to Sandy to know we had a tacit understanding. All the students lined up, the boys shuffling to the best position, and they ran off. Sally and I waited till everyone is gone, and then we walked into the woods. We waved enthusiastically at our PE teacher. She palmed her head and made motions for us to hurry. We broke into a half-hearted jog, but as soon as we were out of sight, we meandered slowly. The author Stephen McGee once said that trees will tell their secrets to those who tune in. We were tuned into the laughing of the maples, the wisdom of the elms, soaking up the secrets of the woods. There were no camera phones, so instead we would sketch the trees. Of course, we brought our watercolors. What's the point of going to PE class without your watercolors? And I brought my calligraphy pens. I wrote the name of each tree in careful calligraphy, scratching their names like a prayer. As we wandered deeper into the forest, "Don't get lost in the woods" echoed in our minds. In our class, we learned that a forest is growing and changing community, and trees are a dominant part of the forest. We reasoned that since the forest is a changing community, that we, as fellow community members, could never truly be lost. How can you be lost in a dynamic community? If everything is in flow, there's no such thing as being lost. Did we technically get lost? If you define lost as not being able to find the school again, returning to frantic teachers and bells and whistles, then sure, we were lost as hell. This happened many times. We were always late for the next class on orienteering days. Our arrival back to the parking lot was met with commotion, teachers fussing over us. Your girls are going to be separated next time, the words trailing off as we walked to the next class, the magic of the woods still in our veins. Each trip into the woods, we consulted the map the way a tourist would consult a map in a large city, looking for the best sites. I can't wait to meet this one tree, Sally said. I bet it's magnificent. So we orienteered, and we walked, and we learned to walk with silence on our tongues, the woods and meditation. When I was 15, we moved back to Tennessee, away from my beloved woods, away from my friends. I was angry, acting out, feeling the ache of uprooting myself yet again. My mother told me to get out of her house, go to the woods. This was not punitive. This was medicine. If you're feeling blue, here is the treatment. Go to the woods, heal, reflect, become whole. My mother prescribed the medicine of the woods. A boost of force in my system will untangle the injustices in my heart. Go to the woods. Strong medicine. Strong medicine. Epilogue. The woods still border my middle school. Here are the directions. If you entered this property from the middle school, it's helpful to know that the trail enters the woods directly behind the school, next to the picnic tables. The forest of the preserve contained plenty of pine and oak, but there are also beautiful groves of hemlock and beech, along with birch and holly. The wetter areas abound with maple, sweet pepper bush, and fern. And I still visit my home in East Tennessee, my home tree. If I'm with a partner, we take a picture. My tree now eclipses the house. One day I expect the owners to ask what I'm doing on their property. And if the owners approach me, I'm going to tell them I'm visiting an old friend.
All right, we see that creative writing degree. We see that. Let's give a round of applause for Lucky. That was absolutely beautiful. Whenever I think about imagination and the way that you can go out into the world, and I remember swings were airplanes for me, and a cardboard box was like a boat. And when you transform those spaces, it's turning the could be into the reality. So I absolutely love that. Thank you so much for sharing. Now, I hope that you're having a good time. How are you feeling? Y'all hanging out, because I'm telling you, I'm not going to be the one up here performing. I am an official background hummer. I know how to hum really well. So if you need any vocals, humming, I got you. We're going to do another, Kamala, will you grab we're going to do another raffle giveaway. All right, what we got? Everybody pull out those raffle tickets. All right, so I got a 5, 2, 3. I'll repeat it a couple times. Y'all hear me? I'll repeat it maybe 2 times. So 5, 2, 3, 8, 6, 3, 9. All right, I'm going to say it again. 5, 2, 3, 8, 6. Wait. Did I say it wrong the first time? I know. Yeah, hold me accountable. 5, 2, 3, 8, 6, 3, 9. 5, 2, 3, 8, 6, 3, 9. You tried it. It was, it's close. It's close. Okay, well, you know what? If not, we'll pull you found it? Hey! So you won a case of Bucci. We got Bucci at the bar. I love it. I love it. A case of Bucci. That's what you got. All right. Now we got one storyteller left. So maybe I won't do my silent coyote. Do we need to do a deep breath in? All right, we're going to do a deep breath in on 3. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I'm about to use this in every room, every space. That's what I feel like. All right, I want to introduce this next storyteller, but I want to make sure that we give her the respect that she deserves and demands, all the things. All right, this next storyteller. Look, I've been in a classroom before. I've been good at giving eye contact to the ones that keep talking. I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid. All right, so our next storyteller is a mother, a painter, a writer, and an activist. Did y'all hear me? Okay, all right. Marsha currently works for a local Asheville nonprofit. She's facilitated racial equity and inclusion training for local area nonprofits and businesses. Marsha is a mixed medium painter. She uses her art to highlight social justice issues. She recently published a Spanish language children's book called Mucho Mucho. And the book launch for that is Sunday, October 22nd at the Leaf Festival. Marsha has served on numerous boards and commissions that speak to her personal mission of art and inclusion. Marsha is a 2023 Impact Award recipient for Zedek Social Justice Fund. The award goes to people engaged in deep change or community healing work in Asheville using the wisdom they gain from navigating systems of oppression. I just want to say that Marsha is incredible. And so I would love to give a round of applause for Marsha.
Hey, y'all. I feel totally humbled and honored to be amongst all you storytellers and the work that Dogwood Alliance is doing, and also to be standing on this land that was stewarded by the Eastern Band of Cherokee. All right, so I'm going to go into my thing. All right. My name is Marsha Almajovar, and when my mother first moved to this country, she was enamored by tall, blonde, blue-eyed beauties. And by naming me Marsha, perhaps I would embody some of those qualities. So since birth, I have always been wrestling and trying to accept my non-Eurocentric looks. I, however, am grateful to be born in a feminine body and to wake up and understand that I am a woman and that is right for me. I understand that that is a privilege that isn't beyond me to acknowledge. For centuries, many cultures and indigenous people understood all the wide range of sex and gender. Since 5000 to 3000 BC, Gala, androgynous priest of a Sumerian goddess. It has always been this way, and things have shifted in our century, and these parts of our humanity and understanding are not always celebrated. But I have always felt I am thankful for the sensuality that exudes me, the soft raspiness in my voice, and the way my long, thick hair lays all around me. I wake up and feel the beauty of my curves, and it reminds me of a ceiba tree, voluptuous, strong, rare, powerful, and grows in light and warmth. I'm a person that loves supple beauty, the velvety touch of moss, the scent of peonies, the exotic shape of birds of paradise, and the way the ocean kisses the sand over and over throughout the day, like a love song, touching the shores, sometimes in gentle romance, and other moments harsh and thrusting. I love flushed lips during a kiss, a soft moan escaping a lover's lips, and the sensation of pleasure as two hands collapse into each other. I love the salty taste and texture of caviar as it hits the tip of your tongue, and the smell of citrus and silkiness of cream, the aroma of fresh pigment, and the crisp gooiness of a macaroon. The way a piece of music can capture so much emotion and bring me to tears. But I have not always understood these things or let myself revel in the softness and the beauty that is offered by the world around me. There are many lenses that I've had to wade through in order to allow myself the grace to feel, taste, hold gently these things before me. The deep-rooted repression of our society, the filthy, dirty, greedy fingers of capitalism, the heat of white supremacy that is as thick as an open oven door that touches every molecule of air. The grip of the patriarchy that all merge into one giant terrible, He's a demon from the underworld that never stops crying. I'm a Latinx woman that is many things to many people and seen in different ways to them all. My child sees me as a caretaker, as part of him. And when he hurts, I can cure it all by saying, sana, sana, culito de rana, si no sana hoy, sana mañana. I'm truly mother to him. My friends, a nurturer, a good cook, someone to laugh with at any moment, to cry, to hold, and to be held, to lift up and to be lifted, empathetic, and always ready to get into trouble. Puerto Rican women for many generations were considered savages. There are many horrific examples of such, but I will only speak of one. In 1955 in Puerto Rico, before birth control was approved as safe in the mainland US, many Puerto Rican women were used as test subjects. How were these tests conducted? How were these women left full of wombs, full and then stripped of them? Were they wives? Were they mothers? Were they poets, dancers? I'll leave it up to you to imagine the way these tests were conducted and the experience of what these women and their families endured. I think of my beautiful ancestors decades before, walking barefoot through palm fronds and trees, bathing in waterfalls, discovering cordecillo as antiseptic, guayabana as anti-inflammatory, medicina in the trees. Cinnamon and cumin to flavor soups and rices, and the sweetness of plátanos maduros and the cream of a freshly opened coconut. What beautiful Taino alchemist. I sit with all this and think what messages are from within me and what is from the universe outside of me. What are these ancient spirits whispering to me? What story do we tell ourselves, and what do we pass on to our daughters, our sons, and the generations we have birthed? I honestly don't know those answers, but before I lay my head on the earth and weep, I walk into the big, vast forest, touch the trunk of a tree, languish my eyes for hours on a single leaf, and imagine myself swimming through the mountain skyline, diving into the ocean, and let the sun fall all over my face. I feel how connected I am to the ground barefoot in the middle of these trees. I recently had a terrible human infliction called love and heartbreak, and my soul lost, shattered in thousands of ways. And in looking my way, you could feel the pang of sadness around me. And two women I met one evening as I shared my story without a word rose and wrapped me in their arms and whispered Orisha prayers in my ears. I knew these prayers. I grew up understanding them, and they prayed for my healing. And as I wept, the tears rolled down my body, big, soft, slow, and gathered like puddles in between my toes, and reached the earth beneath me. And I could feel centuries of goddesses whispering to me, and winds from the four corners, and the moon above, nature's divineness, giving me the understanding I will always have love as long as there's an earth to love. My son asked me once, as we were swimming in the ocean, "What is church? And why don't we ever go?" And I said, "Do you feel how big your heart feels right now at this moment? You feel light and connected to me and everything around us? Some people feel that right there inside a building, but we can feel it here. My ancestors are not in brick and mortar rooms. They're wild, they're here, they're energy, and everywhere there's nature and beauty." He said whatever and swam away, but in those moments, my dreams are present, and my heart is at peace. And when the darkness of Ehribre pulls me back again, I will always remember that I'm thankful for the sensuality that exudes me, the soft raspiness in my voice, and the way my long, thick hair lays all around me. And I wake up and feel the beauty of my curves, and it reminds me that I am a ceiba tree, voluptuous, strong, rare, powerful, and grows in light and in warmth.
Can we give a round of applause for Marsha? That is beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. And I think it's interesting to find yourself in nature and to be seen in nature, around things, plants, beings, bugs, and also appreciate that living in the moment is so important for us, and we're typically on the go all the time. So one thing that I do hope you take from this moment tonight is to continue to live in the moment. I have to remind myself that as well. The power of imagination, the power of connection, the power of stories, and realizing that our stories is what binds us and connects us for us to continue on this journey for change. There's a lot of things that I don't know, right? And then I have to realize that the only reason why I know is by chatting with another person. Like, I had no idea about turtles and lights until I had a wonderful drink session with these storytellers, and I was like, oh, I didn't know that I didn't know. And now I'm going to do better. So I think that's really what it comes down to, is once you know, then what are we going to do with that information, and how do we go forward? I do want to invite my amazing people that are sitting on the patio, if they can hear me, Dia and Sanai, but I don't think they can. Nope. Dia, Sanai, Dia, nope, they don't hear me. Dia and Sanai. Check 1, check 2. All right, that's Sanai and Dia. All right. One thing that I love doing is I get to be around young people, and somehow I've been able to be around young people so much, and I'm always inspired. So Sanai, I don't even know how to describe her. She works at Hotworks. She does marketing. She's creative. She was just in a play, so she's an actress. She's a writer. She's all the things. She's all the things. And then I got my girl Dia over here, which is my adopted niecey. I have taken them in, whether they wanted to or not. But Dia, Dia is such a creative human. She's a photographer. She has an eye. She's also just wants to jump in wherever she can. And that is something, I mean, this is what it's about, right? Like, how do we keep this moving forward? And then also, again, going back onto the village, it takes a village. Like, I want to be the auntie that's cool, and then you can come and talk to me, and then we can continue to make change. So please remember that, whether you have children of your own, whether you have plant children, whether you're out here and you're just talking to another person, this is how we are going to make sure that we got change going on. And there are also out there, because there is a 360 photo booth. So once we get this party going with the music and the band, there is something out there to get your photo taken for the night, okay? All right, and I mean, thank you. Give a round of applause to Sanaya and Dia. All right, we got one last raffle prize. And of course, I keep forgetting. I got one job, and I forget the raffle bucket. Where is it? One job. One job. All right, so this raffle prize is... Ooh, yes, East Fork donating a 3-piece set. This set includes the coveted Everyday Bowl and Tiny Cup, which I love the tiny cups. And it is in the shade of the Harvest Moon. And to top it off, yeah, that was a good one. Let's do another ooh. I love it. And to top it off, there's an unreleased, breakfast bowl in the color that is sure to leave you captivated. These handmade masterpieces could be yours forever, enhancing your dining experience. So, I know. All right, what I got? Everybody listen. Who said drum roll? You want a drum roll? Drum roll! All right, it's 5, 2, 3. 8657. Okay. Did we get some East Fork Bulls? We won the Tiny Cup. Hey! Well, there goes that. You're going to be disappointed. I don't physically have the Tiny Cup Bulls, but back in the back where the table, yes, I do. Thank you, Emily. Here's your Tiny Cups, girl. Go ahead. Woo! Oh.
That's for you. So, some of y'all might not know this, but you were just taken care of by one of the most inspiring, impactful community builders that I've ever met in Asheville. Sorry. I did tell the florist you were a Leo, by the way, and I think she nailed it. Liz and I met in 2017 when Dogwood was working on the Justice First tour, which was a tour to stop at different community hubs and talk about the intersectionality of justice movements, you know? So from that time, we just instantly bonded. We've been working 365 days a year. I've learned more from you than I could ever express. You are incredible. We used to meet up and you would talk to me about this dream of building a multimedia corporation that supported Black youth, that gave them creative opportunities. And you're doing it, man. You're a master manifester. You inspire me every day. And for that reason, I just want to officially call you a Dogwood Alliance ambassador, because not many people know this, but a dogwood tree is the sign of a healthy forest. And to me, Liz, you are the sign of a healthy community. You know? And I love you forever. And we're going to take a short break, and Liz and I are both going to talk about the band, and then we're going to take a short break, and then the band's going to come on, and y'all stick around for this band. They're incredible. I was here for I was here for a benefit, and I heard Reggie Hearden sing, and I was so blown away, and this band is so, it's amazing, you know? So stick around. So it's...
The door. You do it. Whoa. You do it.
It is the Doors Unhinged.
With an intoxicating, genre-bending sound, provocative and uncompromising songs, and the mesmerizing power of singer Jim Morrison's poetry and present, the Doors had a transformative impact not only on popular music, but on popular culture.
The Asheville-based quintet, fronted by the charismatic and electrifying Reggie Heaton, features an all-star, highly sought-after group of musicians. Jonathan Perlman, music director and guitarist, yes, love that. Taylor Pearson, keyboards. Connor Law, bass. And Jay Hoots, drums. And Elizabeth Lachey as a Hummer. Backup Hummer, baby, backup Hummer.
So we're going to take a small break, and we're going to remove these chairs for the dancing. So many hands make light work. Those chairs are going in that back corner. If you feel inspired, you can help us, and let's stick around and boogie. Thanks, y'all.
How the hell are you fuckers? The ritual has officially begun. Let's swim to the moon. Let's climb through the tide. Penetrate the evening that the city they're gonna drown tonight. Down by the ocean side. Good evening. This tune is called The Changeling. How y'all feeling? This next tune is called Peace Frog. Like to hear it. Here it goes.
Blood in the streets is up to my ankles. Blood in the streets is up to my knee. Blood in the streets of town of Chicago. Blood on the rise is following me. Break of day. She came and then she drove away. Sunlight in her hair. Blood in the streets of rhythm that dancing. Blood in the streets stuck to my thigh. Now the lake runs great when the rain in the city. Rivers crowded, rivers are weeping. She came and then she drove away. Sunlight in her hair. Indians scattered on Dawn's highway bleeding. Ghost crowd the young child's fragile eggshell mind. Blood in the streets and the town of New Haven. Blood stings the roots in the palm trees of Venice. Blood in my love in the terrible summer. Bloody red sun of fantastic LA. Blood screams of break and chop off my finger. Blood to be born in the birth of a nation. Blood is the rose of mysterious union. Blood in the streets up to my ankle. Blood in the streets up to my knee. Blood in the streets of town of Chicago. Blood on the rise is following me. He came and then she drove away. Sunlight in her hair. That was Peace Frog. This next song requires your participation. If you don't have a drink in your hand, now's the time to get a drink in your hand. And it doesn't have to be alcohol. It can be water. It can be kombucha. It can be Coca-Cola. But I will have a Citra Bomb. This is Roadhouse Blues. Isn't it? No, oh, wait a minute. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Wait a minute. This is Roadhouse Blues. Oh boy. This one is dedicated to Cat. And This next tune is entitled Yes, the River Knows. Well, hold on to your bonnet. We got more in store. This next tune is about, well, what is it about? So for a little while, you can breathe underwater, but eventually, the end comes. This song is about surrendering. I know you humans don't like that word, but that's what it's about. And put your hands together and make some noise for Taylor Pearson. Isn't he lovely? Isn't he great? Please believe me, the river told me very softly, want you to hold me. Free fall, flow, river flow, and on it goes. Breathe underwater till the end. Free fall, flow, river flow, and on it goes. Underwater till the end. Yes, the river knows. Please believe me, if you don't need me, I'm going, but I need a little time. I promised I would drown myself in mystic heated water. Please believe me, the river told me very softly, want you to hold me. I'm going, but I need a little time. I promised I would drown myself in mystic heated wine. Free fall, flow, river flow, and on it goes. Breathe underwater till the end. Free fall, flow, river flow, and on it goes. Underwater till the end. Yes, the river knows. So much can be implied about this next tune that we're about to play for you. But at its historical context, It's in reference to the high frequency radio stations broadcasting from Mexico, playing illegal music, not restricted by the regulations of America. This song could also be referred to the first time that Jim Morrison heard the blues. Possibly in Alexandria, Virginia, out in the swamps of Virginia. This music, or this infamous beat, stressing the 2 and the 4, was celebrated as heavenly in its brilliance, and by others, mean and rueful of the Western dream. The sound of heartache and the loss of God, becoming the meager food for souls for God, becomes the catalyst for Jim's words to the Western, Anglo-Saxon, Protestant establishment. No eternal reward will forgive us now for wasting the dawn. This is Texas Radio in the Big D. I want to tell you about Texas Radio in the Big D. Comes out of the Virginia swamps, cool and slow, with plenty of precision. The backbeat narrow and hard to master. Some call it heavenly in its brilliance. Others mean and rueful of the Western dream. I love the friends I've gathered here on this thin raft. We have constructed pyramids in honor of our escape. This is the land where the Pharaoh died. The Negroes in the forest, brightly feathered, are saying, forget the night. Live with us in forests of azure. Out here in the perimeter there are no stars. Out here we are stoned, immaculate. tune about the blues, the big B, on the 2 and the 4. This tune is about a breakup. I don't know if anybody's ever been through that. Before you slip into unconsciousness, I'd like to have another kiss, another flashing chance at bliss, another kiss, another kiss. The days are bright and filled with pain. Enclose me with your gentle rain. The time you ran was too We'll meet again. We'll meet again. Oh, tell me where your freedom lies. The streets are fields that never die. Deliver me from reasons why you'd rather die. I'd rather fly. The crystal ship is being filled. 1,000 girls, 1,000 thrills of This next tune is Jim Morrison's love letter to Los Angeles. All the things that are mentioned in this tune, it's important to know that it's all stretched across a backdrop of the hills that are full of fire. This is LA Woman.
Jonathan Perlman, ladies and gentlemen.
This next tune is entitled I Can't See Your Face in My Mind. What you laughing about, Robin? Like to hear it? Here it goes. Please be sure that you are tipping the people that are providing alcoholic and non-alcoholic beverages. Shout out to Lindsay and Tom. Do you know him? Have you ever met him? If you don't know him, go meet him. I can't see your face. Shout out to Tony at the door. We like Tony. I can't see your face. I can't see your face in my mind. I can't see your face Here's a pop tune. I'd like to dedicate it to Ruth. Hello. I love you. Won't you tell me your name? No, Marisha, you're fantastic. Y'all know Marisha? Few of y'all. It's really raining out there. Hello, I love you. Won't you tell me your name? Hello, I love you. Let me jump in your game. Hello, I love you. Won't you tell me your name? Hello, I love you. Let me jump in your game. She's walking down the street, blind to every eye she meets. Do you think you'll be the guy to make the queen of the angels sigh? Hello, I love you. Won't you tell me your name? Hello, I love you. Let me jump in your game. Hello, I love you. Let me tell you your name. Hello, I love you. Let me jump in your game. She holds her head so high, like a statue in the sky. Do you think you'll be the guy to make the queen of angels fly? Sidewalk crouches at her feet like a dog that begs for something sweet. Her legs are wicked and her legs alone. You think you're more, but only some. That was the unhinged portion of the evening, in case you were wondering when it was going to happen. Are there any Sagittariuses out there? Ooh, no Sagittariuses. Damn it. Damn. Sag rising? Sag moon? Fuck you! I don't mean that. I don't mean that. It's just a storytelling. It's a storytelling. Telling a story. Well, you said rising? Okay, this is for you. And the vegan. This is for the vegan. It's called Wild Child. I'm sorry, we're supposed to do Touch Me, aren't we? Touch Me. And we're gonna do Wild Child. It's the woods and the wilds, baby. Everybody tune with JP. There you go. All right. Wild child, full of grace, savior of the human race. Your true faith. Natural child, terrible child, not your mother's or your father's child. You're our child, screaming wild. An ancient lunatic reigns in the trees of the night. Well, from the rider hills, freedom in her eyes. She dances on her knees, pirate friends at her side. Hurrying into the Apollo idol's eyes. Wild child, full of grace, savior of the human race. Your true faith. Your true faith. Your true faith. Remember when we were in Africa? Do y'all remember when we were in Africa? It got quiet there. Do y'all remember when we were in Africa? I got 3 people that remember it. Have another drink until you remember it. This one is called Touch Me, which was wrote by Robbie Krieger. We got a Robbie Krieger stand-in tonight. Give it up for Jonathan Perlman. So this song was originally about a fight with a domestic partner, and the original words were, "Hit me." But Jim Morrison had a moment of restraint, and he said, "I think we should just change it to touch me." So when I say touch me, think hit me. Because that's the real context, okay? Storytellers and Music Festival, Woods and Wild. Here we go. Touch me. Jonathan Perlman. This next tune is entitled "You're Lost, Little Girl." But I mean it ironically. I mean it ironically. Because blessed are the women that lose all the bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Do you know what I'm saying? Do you know what I'm saying? To get lost in yourself, to lose the cultural norms, to lose the expectations and just be free. That's what I mean by lost. This one's dedicated to all the lost girls out there. This next tune was a tune by Robbie Krieger. It's called Wishful, Sinful. Crystal covers everything in wishful, sinful. What was that? Somebody turn up Taylor's microphone. Well, when the music's over, turn out the lights. Let's turn out the lights. Not today. When the music's over, let's turn out the lights.
Cancel my subscription to the resurrection. Send my credentials to the house of detention. I got some friends inside. The face in the mirror won't stop. The girl in the window won't drop. A feast of friends, a life she cried. Wait for me What have we done to the earth? What have we done to the earth? What have we done to our fair sister? I hear a very gentle sound. Come today, come today. What have we done to the earth? What have we done to our fair sister? Raped her and ravaged, raped her and pillaged, stabbed her with knives, tied her with fences and dragged her down. I hear a very gentle sound. With your ear to the ground.
Jonathan Perlman, Taylor Pearson, Connor Law, Jay Hoots, ladies and gentlemen. We're unhinged. What say you, Dr. Perlman? Sometimes you gotta break them through to the other side. anything. We love you. Good night. Yeah, we only had 2 in us. We're retired. You telling me? Thank you all. Thank you, One World West. Thank you, Dogwood Alliance. Shout out to the sound man, Eric. I really love you, Eric. Good night, y'all.